Opening match of round one saw number 2 seed Henrik Mustonen from Finland taking on Frenchman Vincent Trosbecki. Game number 1 going the way of the Finnish master 11-8, the ideal start.
First game, Henrik, 11-8.
Game number 2 following a similar pattern. Mustonen coming up with all the big winners when it mattered most to take a 2-game-to-love lead.
Second game, Henrik.
Advancing to the quarters in straight games, 11-8, 5 and 8. The number 2 seed would soon find out his next round opponent with an All-England battle on show court number 1, with number 8 seed Joe Green taking on Ben Coates. The first game was super tight, with Coates taking it 12-10. This seemed to wake up Green, who powered through the next 3 straight games to win it in 4 with a stunning display of power and precision. Though things are about to get tougher, with the number 2 seed waiting.
Expecting a tough match really, because he's quite a fast attacking player, so hopefully I can weather the storm.
Obviously I feel good. The first match of the tournament is never so easy, getting used to the new courts, and this time I came straight from the Premier League in England and didn't have so much time to prepare, so obviously it feels good to make the second round.
Next on court, an all-Canadian battle with David Bailagion taking on number 7 seed Michael McCue. It was obvious in the early stages that McCue is here to play this week, racing out to a 1-game-to-love lead. It didn't take long before he was putting the feet up, taking it 9-7 and 7. He would play the winner of Cayman Islander Cameron Stafford and number 3 seed Shawn Delierre. The Canadian 3-time GoodLife Open winner taking the first 2 games 11-8 and 7 before surprising the crowd, dropping game number 3. Smooth sailing from there though, threw in 4 games to set up an all-Canadian quarter-final. Though for Delierre, there will be no getting ahead of himself.
I know that these boys are good. I know they've got tons of weapons that are really tough. I've played a lot of them a lot of times, and it's been fun. So that helps that you know who you play, and they know me. They know my records and so on, and it's going to be fun to tally it up and see who comes out the victor.
Well, I'm expecting a battle, first of all. I mean, with Shawn, win, lose, or draw, it's going to be probably at least an hour. You know it's never going to be one-way traffic, probably either way. The last time we played, he beat me 3-2. He's been the number 1 Canadian for a long time. He's lost that title. I think some of the guys have a little more belief against him now, so I'll have to go out and definitely play a very, very good match if I hope to win, but I believe I can.
Round 1's biggest shock was yet to come, with Welshman Peter Creed through after just 1 game over Lyle Fuller, who was forced to retire with injury. McCue will take on New Zealand's Martin Knight, who was super impressive over Colombian Andre Herrera, cruising to a straight games victory, 11-4, 7, 12-10.
Creedy's pretty fast. He's quick. He likes to put the pace on the ball. So, I'll probably start by trying to contain him. We've played a few times. We used to train a lot together, but it's been a good few years since I've actually played him on tour.
I'm playing pretty well at the moment. I've had a good 3 tournaments to start the season, and my squash is, I'm happy the way I'm playing. And if I play well, then I'll get every chance to win it.
Jamaica represented next with number 5 seed Christopher Binnie battling Finnish rising star Matthias Tuomi. The match done and dusted quickly, Binnie magnificent in an 11-8, 4 and 3 win. Next up, the night's big ticket event, the All-American matchup between number 1 seed Christopher Gordon and Sam Gould. The crowd wowed by some stunning stroke play from the tournament favourite as he stomped his way into the quarterfinals in straight games, 11-4, 11-6, 13-11. An epic matchup with Binnie now awaits.
It's going to be tough. Binnie's playing really well at the minute. He's hungry, and I got to be ready. I got to bring my A game, and got to try and improve on my performance tonight.
I'm going to see what he does in some of his matches, and then try and just plan to counteract that. I mean, it'll be a good match. We're pretty close, so we'll see what happens.
It's all coming up live right here on SquashStream.tv. It's quarter-final time in the 2016 Ottawa GoodLife Open. Hello and welcome to this broadcast. My name is Josh McLean. Over the next couple of hours and the next couple of days, we will bring you some of the finest squash you are ever likely to see, my friends. It's a big event going on right here at the Queensview GoodLife in Ottawa, Canada, as we get set to go down to show court number 1 and our first quarter-final of the day. It's Henrik Mustonen. He's the number 2 seed, and he will take on Joe Green, who is the number 8 seed from England. So let's start out with Henrik Mustonen from Finland. He's the number 54 player in the world right now from Hollola in Finland, and his first title was back in 2009, which was the Australian Open. Quarterfinalists this year, Nash Cup, Cleveland Skating Club Open, Lifetime Chicago Open, and here in Ottawa. And he will take on Joey Green, who's had a pretty good run this year. He's come from nowhere, really. He's developed into a great young player. 112 in the world at the moment, but he did break through and win the BTMI Barbados Open, which was an M5 event. Also a finalist at the Northumbria Open this year. So a bit of form behind Joe Green, but he'll have to overcome the class, the skill, the power, and the brilliance of this man, Henrik Mustonen, underway in quarterfinal number 1. Interesting to see how both of these players approach this match. We spoke to both these players pre-game, as you saw in the lead-up. Both feeling pretty confident. Henrik Mustonen, very, very impressive yesterday in his first-round victory. Straight games on that occasion, and he's underway with the first point of the match. So Mustonen in blue, Green in white. Yeah, that makes a bit of confusion for our fans. Green and white. Joe Green, that is. Mustonen, great start to this match. 3 points in a row. That was precise. Have another look at that. It's the low boast. No problems. Important we mention, today is Remembrance Day, not just here in Canada, but all around the world. An important day in the Canadian calendar, which is an opportunity to give meaning to past sacrifice and acknowledge the courage of those who have served and are presently serving this great country. I'm hoping everyone around the country and around the world today, or whatever time zone you're in, look back and said thanks to the people who allow us to live in such a free country. Wherever you are, hopefully that's the case. Don't forget, if you have any comments, anything you'd like to say about this stream or the match in particular, jump on the comments and we'll read out your comment if it's a good one. Let's get the conversation going. I'm sure there's plenty of great things to say about this matchup. What a long rally this has been. Easily the longest of the match so far. Joe Green, after losing the first couple of points, he's trying to hang on here and not get blown away in the early stages. I watched all the first round matches yesterday, and this is by far the longest rally we've had in the entire tournament now. Haven't seen any rallies this long. Still we go, Mustonen on the attack. Green defending staunchly, trying to stay in the point here. Hope this point is a sign of what's to come in this match, as Joe Green can't quite get to that ball. What a way to finish a fantastic rally. Mustonen 4-zip already. Oh, he went for it. It was high risk. Wasn't far away, but when you fall up, worth the risk. So Joe Green, a couple of points in a row here, earns himself a stroke on that occasion. He's got himself at least back in game number 1. And another point there. Wonderful use of the left wall on that occasion by Green. This will do his confidence a world of good. 3 quick points. Again, Green, outstanding stuff. Let's take another look at this. It was the boast off the right wall. Wonderfully played. Joe Green all of a sudden has found some form here. He's finding exactly what he wants. Mustonen, that's fantastic though. Gee, threaded the needle. It wasn't far away from hitting the 10, and it was good enough for a winner. Well, 5-4, Mustonen hangs on to a lead here, although he was up 4-love, so good to see Green playing some good squash now. That one just missed. I'm sure Mustonen would like to get himself off court quickly as possible and get himself ready for the next round. Maybe Joe Green would like to spring an upset here, and I'm sure the fans at home would love to see that. Green just apologised there for finding the nick at the back of the court, but I think he'll be pretty pleased to take it. 6-5. Green with his first lead of the match now. Hello to Mr. and Mrs. Green back in England watching on. Joe said he loves these streams because Mum and Dad can watch. So glad to have you on board. Mustonen on that occasion couldn't quite get the racket under the ball. He was calling potentially for a let, didn't get it. 7-5 now. Joe Green, what a great start from the Englishman. Waiting for the call. Looks as though it will be a let. Looks as though that ball just missed. I thought for a moment it was still in play, but both players stopped. 8-5 the score, and there it is. See, the ball just held up a little, caught the red line. Great spot for Joe Green to be. Can he finish it off here? He needs the next couple of points. Mustonen, for the first time in this tournament, he's on the back foot. The man from Finland. Joe Green, wonderful play here. Massive point for Joe Green here. If he can win this, he'll have 5 game balls against the number 2 seed. Oh, Mustonen. He went for it. He got it. And a big point. So precise. He certainly has the height advantage in this match. A little bit of a longer reach. But Joe Green, he'll say that doesn't matter because I've got 4 game balls, folks. What a big moment for the young Englishman. Great get from Green, but now he'll have to retreat. He does manage to track it down, but Mustonen knew he was too deep in the court to get back for this wonderful little drop shot. An important point for the Finn. Still has to save 3 game balls here, though. Wow, that was impressive from Green. I don't know how Mustonen tracked it down, but he did. Keeps the point alive. Oh, what a way to stay alive. The touch was perfect. So he's cancelled out 2 game balls here, Henrik. He's got 2 to go, though. Joe Green doesn't want to let him back in game number 1 here. We know when Henrik gets on a roll, he's hard to stop. That one sits up and Henrik puts it away. I think that might have caught the frame of Green and didn't quite come out the way he was hoping. Trying to get his money's worth there. The frame, of course, costs more than the strings. Joe Green, he had 4 game balls. All of a sudden, we're back level at 10 apiece. Green on the attack now. Waiting for the call. Let it is. Fair enough. I wonder how much of a mental blockade it will be to get over for Green. 4 game balls. Now back level. Can he fight back? He can't. Mustonen now grabs his first game ball of the match. What a comeback from the man from Finland. We know he's good. Oh, Green. That was very dainty. Now he has to retreat. That one caught the frame again. Luckily, he got away with it on that occasion. So near, but so far. Joe Green could have been jumping for joy, but as it is, it's 1 game to love to the number 2 seed, Henrik Mustonen. We will be back very soon for game number 2. What a start to the first quarter-final match. Mustonen takes it 1-love at the moment. 1 game to love. Joe Green, he had 4 game balls. Was staring down the barrel of a potential 1-love lead. Not to be. He needs to fight back here. As we are underway in game number 2. It's an easy put away. Mustonen off to the best of starts here in game 2. Calls a let. Mustonen again with the easy put away. Had plenty of space at the back of the court. Used it to his advantage. Great angle from the cool box. You'll see a little white box on court there. You get great on-court action. And great news for squash fans. That box has been upgraded over the past week with some new fittings. And it's now bringing you better quality shots than ever before. Thanks to our technical crew. How did Mustonen get that back? Green now on the attack. What a way to finish the point. The crowd was so stunned they didn't even react. That was an unbelievable shot from Mustonen. Green was well in control of the point. In the end, somehow he lost it. And we saw this exact same thing in game number 1. Mustonen was out to 4-love lead. Green came back very quickly with some great squash, and that'll help. He got the nick. He also got the placement perfect. That's fabulous play from Joe Green. It's very similar to how he started his run from 4-love down last time. He'll have plenty of confidence from that. That was special from Mustonen. The crowd thought it was down. There was a bit of a groan. The umpire lets it play. So 5-1 the score now. Mustonen has a firm grip on this match. The call was let. Joe Green wasn't happy about it, but he has to accept the decision. And again, Mustonen, lovely soft touch from the Finn, looking to finish this game quickly. Stunning stuff from Henrik once again. In fact, we might need to see that again. I think it might have missed. Oh, well, the call was down. Looking on the replay, I thought it was good, but let's take another look at this shot. Wow. Joe Green was just checking to make sure that ball was actually good. Seems to be. Oh, that was wonderful, Mustonen. He called the bluff. Green went cross court. Henrik put it away. Couple of points away from a 2-love lead, and now the number 2 seed make that 1 point away. You can see there just a little frustration now for Joe Green, who was in such a commanding position in game number 1. Unfortunately for him, just took the foot off the pedal. That ball called down. And we have 8 game balls now for Henrik. He's a fighter, Joe Green. He won't give up, but he's got a bit of a mountain to climb here. Mustonen puts it away with disdain and walks off the court with a smile on the face and a 2-game-to-love lead. We will be back very soon for game number 3. You're watching the 2016 Ottawa GoodLife Open. Welcome back. We are about to get set for game number 3 in this match between 2 young rising stars of squash. You're watching the 2016 Ottawa GoodLife Open. It's Joe Green and Henrik Mustonen. And the man from Finland, Henrik, has taken the first 2 games. Powering his way through this match now. Joe Green, can he respond? He was impressive yesterday, Joe Green. Played a great match to get here. He continues to battle and fight and stay in every point as long as he can, but at the moment just being overpowered. Yesterday, Joe Green played Ben Coates, a fellow Englishman, and he won that 3-1. That was 10-12, 11-8, 11-1, 11-1. So in that match, he came home incredibly strong, only dropped 2 points of the last 22 points of that match. So we know he'll finish strong. He's got the fitness.
The question is, can he stay with the number 2 seed for long enough to push it to a game 4 or potentially game 5? Green trying to put that ball away. In the end, he does put it away. I don't think it'll be a let. He didn't even ask for it, so early point to Joe Green. Needed that to get himself on the board. And that one will be a let. Don't forget, folks, great to have you along watching the stream. If you want to jump on your keyboard, give us a question, a comment, a query, anything you like. Get on there and start the conversation. We value everyone's opinion here at squashstream.tv. Oh, great length on that occasion from Mustonen. This will show us. In fact, we are back live to the action, but it was a great shot from Henrik. Defending on this occasion, Green could potentially put this one away and elects to play front court. In the end, Henrik was there. Clever play from Henrik. He noticed that Green was right there with him and he hit it straight at the body. Nothing Green could do. Now Green on the attack. Down the left wall. And drops politely in the front right. I think that's a nice way to describe that shot. It was very polite. So still 3 points down here. Mustonen 5-2 in game 3. Taking the first 2 games of this match. If you're just joining us, Joe Green was up 10-6 in game number 1. And unfortunately for Green, he's only won 4 points since that moment. Oh, that's good from Green. He caught the nick on this occasion on the second bounce, right there. Not much Mustonen could do about it. Some delicate front court play from both these players. Green again trying to drop the ball in the front, and it looks as though the call was down. An important point for Joe Green. He'll take his time here, Green. He's got a couple of points in a row. Mustonen, I think that might have just been down. He went for it. It was always going to be high risk, and yeah, just miss. Another important point for the man from England. From Watford in England, Joe Green. Lovely part of England, Watford. We have a fantastic rugby team in Watford. Also EPL. Well, that ball caught the nick. Luckily Green was there. Mustonen still attacking. Oh, A low boast. Caught the tin, and Joe Green just hangs on by the skin of his teeth. If he can win the next point, certainly not done yet. This will be an interesting call. Green wants a stroke. Doesn't look like he'll get it though. So let was the call. For 7 apiece. Henrik Mustonen, that's as good as we've seen from him in this match. Just effortlessly put that ball away. So still 8-7, no problems with the let call on that occasion. So 9-7, Henrik Mustonen. 1 point away from 3 match points and a shot out of semi-final. Joe Green hanging on, but couldn't get it done. And those 3 precious match balls on the way now for the man from Finland. And after trailing early, it's been all Henrik Mustonen. And that's it. The number 2 seed, proving why he is considered one of the favourites to win this title. He has taken it out in 3 straight games. Unfortunately, Joe Green will exit the GoodLife Open. Put up a good fight, and it was a wonderful match. But congratulations to Henrik, and we will see him in the next round, the semi-finals. Don't go away. We've got another quarterfinal coming your way very soon, right here on squashstream.tv. All right, welcome back to the 2016 GoodLife Open here in Ottawa. Josh McLean, and I'm joined by the victorious Henrik Mustonen. How you feeling, mate?
I'm feeling good. Obviously, making the semi-final in this event feels nice, of course.
All right, well, it was a very good game indeed, winning in straight games over Joe Green. How were you feeling at the moment in the first game when you were trailing by 4 game balls?
I was just trying to concentrate on getting my game back, because I felt like I became a little bit passive, and it wasn't working. Obviously, he got the hang of that game better than I did. But yeah, then I was maybe a little bit lucky to get that game and steal it from him in the end. But I felt that either way I would have been strong in the second game, because I started to play more aggressive again.
Well, from that moment on, you didn't give up too many points. You took the second game 11-2. So obviously you found some form. Are you pleased with the way you played?
Yeah. Just if I could change something, that would be not to make so many mistakes. Because a couple of times I felt like I was playing really well, and then I would just hit the tin a couple of times and then kind of let him the chance to come back in the game a little bit. But then, on the contrary, I hit a lot of winners and I hit a lot of good shots, getting him under pressure. So that's my game. I want to do that, even though there's a risk of making a mistake occasionally.
Well, you will take on the winner of this next match coming up out on show court number 1. There are the players on the screen. Shawn Delierre, the number 3 seed, is taking on Michael McCue, the number 7 seed, an all-Canadian affair. Who do you think's going to win?
I think Michael will have it very difficult against Shawn, because I believe they played many times, and Shawn's been the top Canadian for a long time, and maybe these guys have even been looking up to him when they were growing up. So I think Shawn has the experience and the authority in this match, and I think he's going to take full advantage of that.
Let's assume that you do play Shawn in the next round. What will your approach be to be able to curb the brilliance of Delierre?
I'll try to play the same as normally. I think my game will hurt him. He's fit and he's a good mover, but I think if I can move him around, I can hurt him physically, and then get opportunities to finish the rally and do something with the ball. So I'm trying to be more positive than what he could be against me.
All right, well, it should be a great game, this one, Delierre and McCue. Bit of information about both of these players. Shawn Delierre is the current number 84 in the world, although he has been as high as the top 40. He's from Montreal in Canada, where he currently lives. He's a 3-time winner of this event, coached by Yvonne Provençal. And this year, no titles for Shawn Delierre, which is rare. He's won quite a few PSA titles over the years, but he has been a finalist at the Bankers Hall Club Pro-Am, as well as the Hull Trent Open. And he will take on Michael McCue, who is the world number 107. That's 107. Born in Sudbury here in Canada. Lives and trains just up the road from here in Toronto. He's coached by Jamie Hickox and Jonathan Power. They share the duties. Great squash name, Jonathan Power. And a finalist this year in the Canada White Oaks Court Classic. Semi-finalist in the BDO Northfield Cup. So both these players have had a fairly similar year. Neither of them has won a title this year. Do you think that'll have any impact on how they go today?
I don't think so. Of course, winning a title is something else. I always say that there are a lot of guys who can win matches and who can make the semis even, but winning a title in any size tournament is always a good achievement. And I think both of these guys, they know each other's game. They play each other. They played a lot of times in Canada, so I don't think there's something that they would be thinking otherwise than normally. So I think it's just gonna be another good match, good battle with these guys, and yeah, I mean, both of them still have a chance of winning this title. Hopefully, I can prevent them for doing that, but yeah, I don't think you think about that on the second round match too much.
Yeah, no doubt you'll be watching on intently in this match, Henrik. Speaking of watching on, do you have any friends or family at home watching on or watching your match today?
I don't know. I did send the link to a couple of guys, a friend of mine and my coaches, but I don't know if they still be up.
All right, well, I'm sure you'd be pretty keen and excited to let them know that you're in a semi-final. Best of luck tomorrow, and hopefully we'll see you on squashstream.tv, maybe in a final on Sunday.
Thank you very much.
All right, we are just about set for this match, Delierre and McCue. We're going to take a minute break as we get set, and we will see you very soon for the second quarterfinal. All right, we are set to go for quarterfinal number 2. Shawn Delierre, the number 3 seed, taking on the number 7 seed, Michael McCue. Action underway down on show court number 1. Thank you so much for joining us here on squashstream.tv. Loving your questions and comments. Keep them coming. And keep them clean, don't forget. So Delierre asking for an early let. That's one thing we'll see a lot of from Shawn Delierre. He's very good at getting himself in position to win lets. Well, I don't know if you really win a let, but you can certainly get the call in your favour. We spoke to Michael McCue pre-match, and he mentioned that whenever he plays Shawn Delierre, he always plays a long match. You never get an easy match against a man of this quality. He likes to play long points. Well, that one just missed. So first point goes the way of McCue, the man from Sudbury. And that's better from Delierre. He played that wonderfully well. Interesting to read today that neither of these players has a title under their belt this year. Particularly Delierre, Pan Am Games gold medalist. in the teams event. Lots of experience, multiple Canadian national champion, 3-time winner of this particular event in the past. Had a good chat to him yesterday after his victory, and he just mentioned he's in a different stage of his squash life now. He feels as though he's more mature than he used to be. And he approaches his matches just a little differently to what he did in the early days of when he hit the PSA Tour. Oh, McCue. The placement was perfect. Using the right wall to his advantage. Not much Shawn could do to dig that out from the back court. Yesterday's match, Michael McCue overcame David Bailagian in 3 straight games. He won that 11-9, 7-7. So he wasn't on court for too long. As for Delierre, he did drop a game against the man from the Cayman Islands. That was Cameron Stafford. That game 3-1. Delierre took the first 11-8 and the second 11-7. He dropped the third 13-11. Came home strong to win it in 4, 11-7 in the fourth. That ball called out. So McCue will serve from the left. 3-1. Great start for Michael. Delierre. Just put that away with disdain. I needed to see it again. I don't think the crowd saw it because they didn't react, but wow, what a shot. Michael McCue again, the placement was perfect, but Delierre on that occasion was there to keep the point rolling. Longest rally of the match, this one. Oh, I think that's down. Super stuff from Shawn. And the crowd showing their appreciation. And Shawn just trying to get his breath back. You see there, that's a great close-up of that ball bouncing twice. A couple of comments coming through on the stream. Not Tempo T says, prepare for 400 lets in this game. He's obviously seen Shawn Delierre play before. And the question has come through from Wooks, 2222. How many referees are refereeing this match? Just the one. Joe Green right in the middle. There he is in the center of frame. So the loser from the previous match has to referee the next match. So he's taking up refereeing responsibility this evening. So 6-3 the score. Great start for Michael McCue. Even though McCue doesn't quite have the same resume as Delierre, speaking to him yesterday, he was very confident he had a game plan that could overcome Delierre today. He started brightly here. Although this was wonderfully played from Delierre. That ball just stuffed into the nick at the back right. Didn't even come out. Oh, that's special. Michael McCue with some deft touch. That's worth another look. One thing you'll notice about Shawn Delierre, they say with a whole range of sports, a sign of a class player is someone who plays the ball late, and it looks as though they've got lots of time to play their shots. Delierre, you can see he just holds and holds, plays the ball late. Often he can flick the ball cross court when the opponent's not expecting it. That ball out of play. Delierre just taking a moment to compose himself here. He's facing a bit of a deficit early on. Great start for McCue. Clear by 4, 2 points away from what would be a whole range of game balls, make that 1 point away. Michael McCue is in the box seat in game number 1. And puts that one away into the open court. And that does give Michael McCue 6 game balls. This crowd, as you can see, just a little stunned at the moment. The multiple Canadian champ is staring down the barrel of a 1-love deficit here. Delierre on the attack. He needs to pull out all the stops now. Stroke the call. Oh, brilliant from Delierre. That's better. Hit that one like a laser cross court. He's pulled back a couple of game balls here. Still 4 to save. Magic start for Michael McCue. He's taken game number 1, 11-6. What a start from the boy from Sudbury. And we will be back very soon for game number 2. You're watching the 2016 GoodLife Ottawa PSA Open. We're back for game number 2. Shawn Delierre is under a bit of pressure here. Michael McCue's taken game 1, 11-6. Wonderful start from Michael. Well, that one just caught the frame. He surprised himself a little there, Michael. First point, Shawn Delierre. One nothing. Good question coming through on the stream from No Tempo T, I should say, asking, was Andrew Schnell's victory over Shawn Delierre viewed as a changing of the guard at the National Championships? That's a very good question. I actually spoke to Michael McCue about this very topic yesterday, and Michael said he felt that since that moment, Shawn is now in a position where a lot of Canadian players feel they have found a way to beat him by following Andrew Schnell's lead. So very interesting that you say a changing of the guard. That could well be happening at the moment. And we see here Michael McCue has tapped into that same logic. He's up 1 game to love. So very possible that Shawn Delierre is just maybe descending on the other side of the mountain. We'll see. Great question. A little bit of conversation between the players and the referee about this potential let call. I think in the end it was a let, yes. Referee Joe Green in the center of frame there. Oh, wonderful from McCue. A little wry smile as he looks in Delierre's direction, but that was just too good. Not much Shawn could have done about that. He's playing some wonderful squash here. Delierre on the attack. He put his hand up. He thought that was down. Referee let it play. Now Shawn has a bit of a look at the ref. He was expecting the call. In the end, he didn't get it. Yeah, great view that. He did get his racket under the ball, so well done. It's by the referee. Great call. Under pressure. It happens a lot faster than you just saw in our slow motion. Got it right. So McCue another lead here. Already leading 1 game to love. Delierre just giving that point away in the end. Outfoxed by Michael McCue. Great to see crowd members wearing the poppies today. Of course, Remembrance Day here in Canada. See a couple of red poppies there. I've got mine on. Very important that we remember those who have fought to keep our various countries around the world free. We also recognise Remembrance Day back in Australia, a special day. Another Commonwealth country, just like Canada. That ball hitting the tin. And Michael McCue hitting the lead. Clear by 4 now. And he is in a great position against the 3-time GoodLife Open winner, Shawn Delierre. Attacking again, Michael McCue. And Shawn Delierre, you can just see the frustration there. That racket of his copped a bit of a pounding. And Michael McCue is in control here. We might need to see this one again. It's hard to see from that angle. McCue felt it was out of play. This will show us. It missed. Only just. It was so fast, it was almost faster than the eye could handle. Again, Michael McCue finding the nick at the back of the court on that occasion. Ah, that's brilliant. That's better from Delierre. You can see there, he faked to go right, and at the last moment, went cross court, and it was good enough for a winner. Oh, wonderful. 2 in a row from Delierre. Some special skill this man has. Just see how late he played that ball. He just played it before it bounced twice, and it was wonderful stuff from the 3-time champ. McCue on the attack. He had the open court. No problems putting it away. So 6-9 the score. Shawn Delierre, he's on the ropes here. What can he produce? That's what he can produce, a bit of Delierre magic. And that's his real strength, his play in the front court. And I'm sure he'll be hoping to get the ball in the front court as much as possible from here. He's great at those little touches, those little drop shots, little flicks across court. Michael McCue has dominated the backcourt in this match. He's got all the nicks that he's needed. That should be a let. And it is. So 7-9. Here in game number 2, Michael McCue took game number 1, 11-6. So you feel this is probably one of the biggest points of the match here. McCue takes this point. He'll be 1 away from a 2-love lead. Oh, and it missed. And there's that frustration from Shawn. He knows he's on the ropes. Ten, 7, 3 game balls for Michael McCue. And there it is. Michael McCue takes game number 2, 11-7. And he leads it 2 games to love. We'll be back very soon for game number 3. Don't go away. The three-time GoodLife Open champion, Shawn Delierre, on the ropes at the moment. Michael McCue playing some wonderful squash. He leads 2 games to love as we go back down to show court number 1 and pick up the action with both players back out on court. What a moment this could be. Shawn Delierre, he's had a change of shirt. He's wearing the black now, hoping for a change of luck. We'll see. Game 3 underway. Michael McCue wearing the blue. Oh, stunning stuff from McCue. Actually, it was in. I'm pretty sure it was off the frame. That's why he apologized straight away to Delierre. He said, whoops, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean to hit one of the winners of the night. It was actually a brilliant shot in the end. Delierre again trailing. He hasn't led for much of this match. Had a slight lead in game number 2 for a moment. Now, McCue played on there, but I think the ball was down, so Delierre had stopped. It should be a point to McCue, and yeah, you see there the ball just bouncing twice. Great defense from Delierre. He had to scramble. McCue an easy put away, and Delierre is almost given it away now. Looks a little resigned to the fact that he's being outplayed by McCue here. Well, I think that just missed. It was worth a shot. The low post off the left wall. Delierre now with his first point of game number 3. That's better. That's more Delierre of old. Straight down the left wall. Now, even though Michael McCue has dominated this match from start to finish, he needs to be careful. You don't want to leave the door ajar for a player of Delierre's caliber. When he gets on a roll, Delierre, he can win a couple of points in a row and getting the applause from his opponent on that occasion for another great shot. Interesting, we were speaking before about Andrew Schnell's victory over Shawn Delierre in the National Championships. Adam Klein has made a good point on the stream, saying Schnell was so dominant in the final, but the real surprise was how Dane Sharp pushed Delierre in the semis. Dane Sharp actually led 2 games to love in that semi-final of the National Championships. He actually went down 2-3 in the end, but Delierre simply couldn't recover from that match. Interesting to see tonight. Michael McCue leading 2-love. Also has a lead in game 3. He's tried to keep the ball deep in the court and stop Delierre from playing his favourable drops and shots into the nick in the front court. Again, good defense from McCue, getting the ball deep. He's played the walls well. And he's dropped to the front court when he's needed to. important rally, this. McCue would love to go clear by 2. Delierre trying to stay alive. And he levels it up at 4 apiece. Really, you could hear a pin drop at GoodLife Fitness here at Queensview. In the lovely city of Ottawa in Canada. Beautiful city, Ottawa, and it came alive today. On the way here, we went past the Parliament building. Great to see all of the ex-servicemen and women dressed up in their wonderful uniforms, celebrating Remembrance Day, or should we say, honouring Remembrance Day. Of course, we don't want to celebrate the various atrocities that our people have had to go through to keep our freedoms, but certainly we need to honour them. And they do that wonderfully well here in Canada. Delierre finding the tin on that occasion. McCue goes back up 5-4. So a let on that occasion. In fact, I think a stroke was called. Yes, it was. 6-4 now, McCue. Well, that was brilliant from McCue. I'm not sure how Shawn got that back, but he couldn't get 2 in a row back. Michael McCue stuffs that one into the nick on the left wall. On the second bounce, that's classic. Textbook stuff from Michael. He's running away with it now, the number 7 seed. Just 4 points away. Apologies, 3 points. Maths was never my strong point. That's why I became a journalist. So I didn't have to deal with numbers. And let me just do the maths here. Yes, 2 points away. There we go. Got it right that time. That ball out of play. And that sets up 6 match balls for Michael McCue. And that's it. The number 7 seed advances. Michael McCue is through in straight games, 11-6, 7-4. And we will see him in the next round and get himself a semi-final here at the GoodLife Open. And we will see you very soon after our break as we come up with our 3rd quarterfinal of the night. And we're back and getting ready for quarterfinal number 3 here at the GoodLife Open here in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. This man alongside me is the happiest man in the room right now, Michael McCue, who's overcome Shawn Delierre in 3. How you feeling, mate?
Pretty good. I mean, it's my first time beating Shawn. Obviously, he was, the dominant force in Canadian squash for a long time. Had a few close calls, and to finally get a win is a great feeling.
Not just a win, a straight games win. Was that unexpected?
I watched him play yesterday, and I could tell his movement was a little off. He said he'd tweaked a hamstring in Egypt at the Worlds recently, but it was tough still because even though he wasn't moving well, he was probably playing a little more tactically deliberate and tighter than usual. He can be a bit random at times, but today he was actually pretty disciplined when he was playing well. So it was still tough out there, even though he was injured.
Now, I was having a chat to a couple of the squash fans here, a couple of the members who are watching, and a few people noticed you were trying to keep the ball deep in the court and keep Shawn away from the front wall. Was that a tactic?
Yeah, for sure, because even though his movement was a little bit off today, if you float the ball into the front corners with no real severity, no pace, he's still fast enough that he can go on his other leg or he can 2-foot it and do something creative, flick me the wrong way, hit a boast, which he did a few times. So I thought just play the more basic squash, bury it in the back corner. And because there's a slight deadness to these courts, I was actually rewarded for playing good length with outright winners.
We had a bit of a conversation going on the stream, actually, that since Andrew Schnell overcame Shawn at the national titles, we've seen a different Shawn Delierre. Is that something that the players have noticed?
I think so. I mean, it's definitely, it gives the sort of the peloton a bit of belief when they see the lead guy taken down one time. I know my friend Nick Sackvey beat Shawn at the Sudbury PSA 3-1 as well, and he definitely had an air of invincibility for a little while. But when you see that you're not just anybody, but your fellow Canadians, your contemporaries can beat him, it gives you that extra little belief at 9-all in the third game that you can do it too.
All right, well, down on court number 1 at the moment, Martin Knight from New Zealand is about to take on Peter Creed from Wales. Michael, what can you tell us about these two players?
Well, they're definitely two very experienced, more attritional, length-based players. Martin's been playing the tour for well over a decade now. Peter Creed, or Creedy as he's known, a little bit less experienced, but still, really seen it all around the squash world. They play a pretty similar game. I don't know what the head-to-head is. I know Peter's beaten Martin once for sure. Wouldn't be surprised if Martin has a few wins over Peter as well. So this is really too close to call. Whoever has a better day will likely win. There's no margin for error from either of them.
Yeah, it should be a good game. The number 6 seed versus the number 4 seed. Peter Creed will be a little bit fresher. He only played one game yesterday, and his opponent, Lyle Fuller, was actually retired for injury. Do you think that'll have any sort of bearing on today's match?
Well, they can actually work both ways. I mean, Martin had a not comfortable, but still a 3-love yesterday, and sometimes that first blowout of the legs, that first little bit of pressure you feel on the court, bit of anxiety to win the tight points at the end of a match can actually settle you in, whereas Peter just played the one game. It wasn't particularly hard. He hasn't found his marks yet, as the French sometimes say. So having a lighter match can work both ways. His legs might be a little bit fresher, but his hand and his vision of the court and his reading of the bounces might not quite be there.
Well, he actually spent a little bit of time on court, Peter Creed, which about 45 minutes, literally just hitting the ball up and down the walls himself. Yeah. So he was obviously desperate for a bit more time on court.
Exactly. I mean, you just want to do a few hard movements, but it's all about striking the right balance between having everything firing and actually putting fatigue into your legs or fatigue into your mind in some cases. So everybody's always trying to find that balance, and when someone retires early on in a match, or someone gets injured, or someone maybe capitulates a little bit and it's easier than you're expecting, it can actually throw your rhythm off for the ensuing match a bit.
All right, well, your semi-final tomorrow will be against Henrik Mustonen. He had a fantastic straight games victory over Joe Green today, despite being down 4 game balls in the first game. Ended up coming over the top. Yeah. What did you make of that match?
It was interesting. I mean, I only saw the first game, and initially Henrik was making Joe do a lot of work, and I thought this is going to be tough for Joe to sustain. But then he managed to flip the momentum and won probably 9 of 11 rallies to get up 10-6, and I thought, maybe Henrik's feeling the jet lag. Maybe he's not fully accustomed to the courts yet. But from there, he really, really accelerated, asserted himself, and only lost a few more points. So it's kind of hard to make of how he was feeling out there.
Yeah, very interesting. And you'll take on Henrik. What's your plan for that match?
He is. I've never played him a competitive match. I've played him He came to Toronto for about 3 weeks to train a few years ago, and we hit nearly every day. He plays a really aggressive, random game. He almost plays from front to back. He sends the ball short early in the rally and then looks to take you to the back later on, which is obviously the opposite of the traditional approach. So you have to play a high tee position, be really ready and alert, rack it up, ready to move forward, and then also keep in mind that you need to play a bit of offense yourself and be ready to counterattack. So I'll definitely have to be alert and can't go out there and, I won't be given any time to find a rhythm. I'll have to be ready to go from the first rally.
All right, well, we've been given the 2-minute warning. The players will be down on court very soon. We'll be back for this big match between Martin Knight and Peter Creed very soon. Welcome back. We are getting set for this next match between two high-quality players. It's a New Zealander versus a Welshman in a very, very even matchup. Both these players hoping to get through to the semi-finals as we now head down to show court number 1 for what will be a great game, Martin Knight versus Peter Creed. So both players on court. We're just about set to launch into this third quarterfinal of the night. Don't go away, folks. We've got another blockbuster coming up after this. It's Christopher Gordon, the number 1 seed from the US, taking on Jamaican Christopher Binnie. But before we do that, we need to find out who will play the winner of this evening's match. In this first match between Knight and Creed, a little bit of information about these two players. Martin Knight, number 76 in the world. He's from Wellington in New Zealand. He's based in Auckland. His first title was back in 2008 at the Barossa Valley Open. That's in South Australia. That's, in fact, my home. A beautiful part of Australia, the wine region of Australia, they call it, the Barossa Valley. So great to see him having a victory a few years ago now, 2008. Let's talk about what's happened this year. He won the Canadian White Oaks Court Classic and the BDO Northfield Cup. So back-to-back titles this year for Martin Knight, and you will see him in action wearing the black this evening. Peter Creed has got the blue on. There's Peter Creed on the screen. Martin Knight also won the Rochester Pro-Am back in April. So 3 titles this year for the New Zealander. He's in red-hot form, and a lot of people this week have been talking about this potential matchup being one of the matchups of the night. We heard Michael McCue mention that before. Now, Peter Creed from Wales, the man in blue. He's number 66 in the world at the moment. He's from, now I'm going to have a go at this. My apologies to my Welsh friends if I don't get the pronunciation right. Caerphilly in Wales. There we go. And he lives in Den Haag in the Netherlands, and he's coached by David Evans. He finds the tin on that occasion. This year, he won the LOC Charing Classic, beating Joe Green in the semi-finals, who we saw in action earlier this evening. And he was a semi-finalist at the Stortford Classic, the Kent Open, the NZ PSA Classic, and the Christchurch Open. So I'm sure our mate Peter Creed is probably sick of semi-finals. I'm sure he'd love to make a PSA final this weekend. Let's see if he does it. expecting a very even match this evening. These two players not far away from each other in the world rankings and the seedings. Martin Knight has an early lead here. Longest rally of the match, this. Peter Creed gets a point back there. Back to 3 apiece. So the previous rounds for both these players, or should we say the round of 16, Peter Creed, he came through after first game 11-5. Second game just happened to get to 3 points, and Lyle Fuller retired hurt. So not a lot of time on court for Peter Creed in the opening round. As for Martin Knight, he was through in straight games. 11-4, 11-7, 12-10 over Andres Herrera from Colombia. So neither of these players spending a lot of time on court as yet, but a lot of people here tonight expecting this could go 4 or 5. Could we have our first 5-gamer of the night? If the length of these rallies is anything to go by, it certainly won't be a short match, this one. So sit back and relax and enjoy the broadcast. Neither player giving an inch at the moment. Not too many winners. I think that might be a winner. It is. What a way to end a brilliant rally. Peter Creed on the attack. Again, Peter Creed with another winner. Gee, that was so precise. If it was any lower, it would have missed. So a couple of point lead here for Peter Creed. Don't forget, folks, if you have any questions, queries, comments, jump on our YouTube comments section as part of this video. We've had some great comments and conversations from our wonderful fans. Keep them coming, folks. We love them. Oh, he couldn't quite get there. That was, again, brilliant stuff from Creed. Another point the way of the Welshman. Quite a significant height difference between these two players. Martin Knight, a very tall player on this tour. Peter Creed, not so much. They both have their own strengths. Knight went for the backhand there and caught the tin. Peter Creed a couple of points away here from taking game number 1. Wonderful start from the Welshman. Knight, just a little bit of a frown, we should say, as he missed that one again. And now Peter Creed in the box seat to take game number 1. What a special shot that was. 7 game balls. Waiting for the call. In the end, the stroke is the call, so that means Peter Creed takes the opening game 11-3. We'll be back very soon for game number 2. Don't go away. Welcome back, and what a great start for Peter Creed, the Welshman. He's taken game number 1, 11-3. Martin Knight will need to come back pretty quickly here. And we've had a comment come through from Sam F. Well on the stream saying, Knight looks like he may have picked up a bit of an injury. Certainly not moving as well tonight as we've seen. Interesting comment. I wonder if there's a bit of a niggling injury there for the Kiwi. So we're not sure if that's the case or not. Sammy, where do you think the injury is? I wonder. Let us know on the stream. That ball down. A wonderful play from Creed, although Knight seemed to stretch for that one okay. Another point for Creed. And a great start here to game number 2 for Peter. Already 2 love up. I'll tell you what, if Peter Knight is injured, he's being put to the test at the moment. He did well on that occasion, though. Martin Knight, I should say. I just called him Peter Knight. I got him mixed up. Peter Creed, of course, playing against Martin Knight. But if Martin Knight is injured, he's being tested at the moment, being forced to stretch for everything. Oh, a good get on that occasion from Martin Knight. He's really being tested by Peter Creed here. Creed again on the attack. Knight keeps the point rolling in the end. Peter Creed with the easy kill. And he had the back of the court wide open. Took advantage of it. Interesting that Martin didn't have a swing at that one. He's just having a chat to referee Shawn Delierre here. Maybe he was checking the let call. Speaking of calls, this should be a stroke. Let's take a look. Yeah, fair enough. Got the nick. Knight. Oh, sheer power from the Kiwi. He had a bit of a wind-up at that one. He put it away with disdain. Good to see the crowd showing their appreciation. Not a very vocal crowd tonight. Maybe later on, as the matches heat up, we'll hear more from them. But they know their squash, and they know when they see a good shot. I guess that is the difference between some of our events. This event being held at GoodLife Fitness, of course, a wonderful business that promotes healthy living, promotes people coming to the gym and working out. Sometimes we do squash events where people have 6 beers under their belt before the game starts. They're always a little more rowdy. The spectators, that is, not the players. Although at casual club level, sometimes they can have a few beers before playing. But our crowd tonight, just relaxing and enjoying a wonderful game of squash between 2 high-quality professionals. Martin Knight on the attack again. That was an easy put away, really. Right into the rolling nick. Good to see Peter Creed. Just checking to see Martin Knight was okay there. He clattered into him. Martin Knight does look just a little proppy. A little unsure of foot at times. I wonder if there is some sort of foot or leg injury going on there. Great front court play from both players. In the end, Peter Creed, too good. So 5-4 Creed, serving from the right. Oh, that ball just sat up, waiting to be put away. And Peter Creed dropped it in the front right. Wow, that was a good-looking shot. Looked very familiar. I'm not sure it was the one we just actually saw, but that was a good shot. Oh, delicate stuff from Martin Knight. Peter Creed responds. He puts it deep in the court. Now Creed on the attack once again. Somehow Martin Knight kept the point going, and he's just waiting for the call. It should be a let. Maybe a stroke. Interesting. It was a let in the end. I'm wondering what your thoughts are at home on that call. Jump on the stream. Let us know. Martin Knight just checking the score. So often we see those 50-50 calls in squash. Can go either way. Delierre, the referee tonight, calling a let on that occasion, 6-4. And this will be interesting. Similar situation. Let called. What a good piece of play from both players. They continued to drop it in the front left. And the one that Martin Knight played for the winner was absolutely perfect. Needs to win this game, Martin Knight, you would think. Doesn't want to go 2-love down. Peter Creed certainly will be very fresh after being on court for just the one game yesterday. That's brilliant from Martin Knight. Had plenty of space at the back of the court. Now, Peter Creed was rather cheekily asking for a let here. The call was no let. And you could see after he said let, question mark, with a bit of a smile on his face. I don't think he was expecting to get it. Oh, brilliance. Absolute brilliance from Peter Creed. That's how to find the nick in the front court. Taking the lead now, Creed. We expected this match to be close. We didn't expect Peter Creed to fly out to an early lead, 11-3. And the crowd showing their appreciation for yet more quality from the Welshman. Right into the nick, that one. Doesn't get any more perfect than that when trying to execute that shot. Important moment here for Martin Knight. He needs to win the next point or two. Staring down the barrel. How did Peter Creed get that back? He's so fast. Oh, special stuff from Peter. Just the way he was able to maneuver his body on that occasion, go inside out and hit a winner, has given him a real great opportunity here in game two. That ball out of play. Martin Knight doesn't like it. That's handed Peter Creed 4 game balls and a shot at a 2-love lead. And that's it. Peter Creed, 2 games to love, leading now. He takes game number 2, 11-6, and what a great way to set us up for a great game number 3. We'll be back very soon, folks, here on squashstream.tv. Welcome back. You're watching this broadcast of the 2016 GoodLife Open, and Josh McLean and Michael McCue bringing you all the action. Michael, what are your thoughts on what you've seen out on the court so far in this match?
Yeah, Peter's been pretty dominant so far. Martin looks like he's maybe a little inhibited by some sort of injury. It's hard to tell if it's his movement or if it's his shoulder. He's had some shoulder problems over the years, but it looks like he's having a hard time really getting stuck into some of the tougher rallies, and Peter's been pretty clinical so far.
Yeah, it's been a different display from what we saw from him last night. He looked to be moving pretty freely last night. Last night.
Yeah.
It's hard to
Nights
say.
last night.
Not so much tonight. So interesting. As we head back down on court, Martin Knight is back on court. Peter Creed, he's flying. He's playing some great squash, isn't he?
Yeah, he's getting quite a few, because Martin is just maybe a few percent off. Peter's getting a lot of loose balls, a lot of opportunities to take it in short, and he's been clinical about it. I mean, similar things were happening in my match, and I was struggling to be accurate going into the front. You get a bit edgy, you slow your racket down, but Peter's had none of those issues, and he's been really good at tidying up his opportunities so far. See what happens here in the third.
All right, so game number 3. Peter Creed will serve from the right. Have you noticed any distinct plan from Creed here?
I'm not sure. It's hard to say. I'm sure he is doing something specific. It's not easy to pick up on. I mean, he's definitely taking every opportunity he can to bring Martin short. That's quite an obvious, simple one. But Martin's initiating the offense a lot of the time, and Peter's been pretty happy to get up there and counter drop, play a little trickle boast, maybe the odd flick, and that's really where you test someone's movement. It's not necessarily on the first movement into the front corner. It's on the second and third in a row that any handicap will be revealed. So Peter's been doing a good job exposing that.
Peter Creed on the attack. Straight down the left wall. Not much Martin Knight could do about it. Let's take another look.
Accelerated onto that ball nicely. Sometimes when your opponent pops the ball up like that, people have a tendency to get set, stop moving their feet, and then it brings their opponent back into the rally by giving them an extra half second. Whereas if you just accelerate onto the ball and don't worry about being deceptive and hammer a good, accurate straight line, your opponent's going to be well out of position. Martin doing the same thing there, and he's got Peter under a lot of pressure now.
Oh, Peter Creed, he knew he was on the back foot. He went for the big shot. It was always going to be high risk.
Martin doing the same thing in that rally. Jumping on it with this cross court didn't quite win him the rally, but gave him another open opportunity at the front, and he hit a nice tight backhand straight drop.
A 1-1. Oh, Creed played it well. He just waited, sensed that Knight was going left, and he went right.
Bit of a guess from Martin there. It's always a great feeling when you pop a ball down the wall and you see your opponent's guessed cross court. It's a huge psychological boost. Just on that, at the end of that previous rally, Martin digging the ball out of the back left. It looked like he didn't feel like he could swing freely as his shoulder looked a bit locked up there. Played quite a weak boast to the front, but now he's hitting pretty smoothly through the ball in this rally, so hard to tell what's wrong.
How old is Martin Knight?
Peter is, I believe, 30, and Martin is 32, almost 33. So
it's interesting. I'm carrying a 32-year-old body, having played a lot of sport growing up, and I can tell you what, it's not easy when you get into your early 30s.
Yeah, that's sort of the classic. Once you hit 30, things don't recover as quickly. And
yeah.
I'm certainly waiting for those days to come.
Well, all of a sudden, injuries or just niggles that used to take a day or two to get over, start taking weeks to get over.
Exactly.
It is hard to recover. The more you play, the longer you play, and the older you get.
One of the biggest challenges with that in squash as well is that everyone over the course of a season is going to pick up a few little niggles here and there, but the compensation, whereas if you say you've injured your right leg and you start trying to lunge more frequently onto your left, compensating creates imbalances and then further injuries, and it's kind of a negative feedback loop.
Yeah.
If you don't take care of those minor ones when they pop up, it's a good line from Peter. Don't take care of the minor ones when they pop up, it can sort of spiral out of control. You can end up with some chronic problems elsewhere.
Well, that's not surprising. Squash at this level, so punishing. You see these players really put a lot of pressure on their feet, their knees, their ankles. Every time they go to the front court and then quickly change direction. Must get hard as your career goes on.
Absolutely. You definitely, when everything's feeling good, when you don't notice your body, you take it for granted. And when you have a period, a number of years when you're young where you don't have any injuries, you start to think that's the norm. And I mean, really, us younger guys should appreciate the freedom to chase after the ball when our brain says to run after it. Still having the ability to do it without inhibition is very fortunate.
There's just a bit of a conversation here between Martin Knight and the referee Shawn Delierre about whether that ball was out or not. There's a bit of confusion, actually.
There we go.
I wonder if this will show us. Oh, there we go.
That looks out to me. Looks like it bounces right on the red line.
Yep. It is, in fact, out of play. So if that was the call by the referee, it was a great call. Unfortunately, the referees don't have the use of the replay. There is a TV facing the referee, but as far as I'm aware, he's not allowed to use it. Although every now and then they have a quick glance across just to double check the lets and the strokes.
Industrious use of the of the TV screens. There's been some controversy about using replay for out and double bounces recently in some of the World Series events. A couple controversial calls late in matches, which the referees have in fact gotten wrong and proven to be incorrect on the replay, but they're not able to actually overturn the call based on video evidence. It's only used for lets and strokes. I think we'll probably see video replay incorporated for double bounces and out of court soon.
Well, it would make sense. If they've got the video replay, why not use it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the logic behind it thus far has been that there are potential situations that could crop up where the video replay would be inconclusive, and they don't want to have the challenge available in the event that someone challenges and they can't actually tell on replay. They don't have the right camera angle. But I think you do need to try and use, all your resources possible really to make the correct call, especially in a 9-all in the 5th situation of a World Series semifinal. There's a lot riding on that.
No question.
Stroke to Creed.
So I just heard the referee say 4-3. Creed clear by 1. And really, this is a moment in the match where Martin Knight just needs to start going for some winners, isn't it? Start playing some high-risk squash.
It's good, smart down the middle width from Creed there, handcuffing Martin on the tee. Yeah, you're right. If your movement isn't up to par, you do need to make some changes. You have to try something. If you're going to go through and play the rest of the match, you have to try and do something differently than you have been. But it's not certainly not Martin's natural game to hit outright winners early in the rally. He's always been, as I say that, commentator's curse.
There you go, right on cue, Mike.
Might be his first ever cross-court nick. I don't think he'll mind me saying that.
Wow, what a time to produce
Great
it.
shot.
And it wasn't a bad shot, too.
But that's exactly it. Sometimes when even if it's not your natural game, when you've almost, relaxed a little bit mentally, those shots start coming off. Now he's won a couple points on the trot here. Creedy maybe getting a little tense.
Interesting moment of the match here. Knight, if he can get himself back in the match, it's 5-all at the moment. Maybe if he can just sneak his way back to 2-1, you never know.
Yeah, Peter's probably feeling a few of the same things that I was in my match earlier, where you're comfortably ahead on the scoreline. You feel like you should be winning, but your opponent's relaxed completely, is going to take any opportunity, any half chance to send the ball into the front corners. And Martin's done it again.
Wow, what an incredible effort from Peter Creed. He couldn't quite get it done, but he threw everything at that point. Just missed.
Martin was so far up the court there that he was able to take the cross court width so early. Just didn't give Martin any time, or Peter any time rather.
Oh, the court was wide open and Peter Creed accepted the invitation. Another winner.
Martin seems to be having a tough time getting out of those front corners. Peter's taking him in from the back, and Martin's playing just a slightly loose counter drop, and he's having trouble getting all the way back to the tee after playing his first counter, and it's just giving Peter so many angles to pass him with straight or cross-court drives. These camera angles in the back corner are actually quite revealing. You can see how much more often Martin's being forced all the way into the back corners, or at the very least being forced to play the ball from behind himself, whereas Peter is, fully balanced, taking the ball early and driving through it with a lot of authority on that backhand side. And then that pressure kind of gains momentum on itself, and you get your opponent deeper and deeper in the court.
Well, Peter Creed certainly used that to his advantage on the previous play. That ball just didn't quite come out from the corner, or from the nick, I should say. Didn't quite bounce up for him to hit it. It was good play from Martin Knight. 7-7. Big couple of points coming up here for both players.
That's a good length from Martin. Good defense from Peter as well.
Oh, brilliant. The crowd showing their appreciation for another good piece of play from Knight. He's just started to find a bit of form here in Game 3. Is it too late, though?
Might have an earpiece tuned into the stream, because right when we said he should start opening it up a little bit, that's exactly what he's done, and it's been pretty successful.
Well, it's working for him. He needs to keep doing it. If he can get himself the next couple of points, we could well be back to 2-1.
Good boast from Peter. He's in control of the rally now.
But that might have bounced twice, but play goes on. Martin Knight, some fantastic defense. Somehow he's got himself back in the rally. What's happening there, Michael?
Hard to judge that call. It was quite loose from Peter, but Martin didn't read it. He was on it a little bit late. I could see that call going either way. Either a let or a stroke to Martin. Sounds like they've given a let based on Martin's arguing.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. Otherwise, I can't imagine Martin would be arguing.
No, he was just a little bit late on that. If he would have had his racket up when the ball was crossing the service line, would have almost definitely been a stroke, because it was very loose.
All right, so 8-7.
It's a good length from Peter. This is such a good camera angle, this back left corner. You really see who's controlling the middle of the court, who's hitting a better width and length, who's being proactive. Thus far, it's been Martin in this rally, and he's gotten more opportunities to attack, as you'd expect. But that can obviously switch on a dime.
Peter Creed under a lot of pressure here. Martin Knight with a wonderful shot. Somehow Creed got it back, and the point goes on. Gee, I thought for a moment there Martin Knight had come up with a winner. Peter Creed so fast. Just always seems to be there to keep the ball in play, keep the rally rolling.
This would have been Martin's ideal rally going into this match. When he was visualizing what he wanted to do, I'm sure it was exactly this kind of rally. He's been in control, but he hasn't been giving Peter any angles to run onto. Meaning he hasn't hit any boasts, he hasn't tried any aggressive cross courts. He's been attacking by keeping it straight and hitting the correct shot.
Oh, I think Peter
Nice
Creed
counterattack
might
from
have
Peter.
come up with a winner. He has. Gee, I tell you what, in the early stages of that rally, I was pretty sure Martin Knight was going to get himself a 9-7 lead. In the end, Peter Creed won the point. We're back to 8 apiece.
Played good defense and then finally got his one chance to counterattack and capitalized on it. That fading cross court, second bounce into the nick around the service line is such a difficult shot to deal with.
Big moment this. Probably the biggest point of the match. As Creed senses that, he goes on the attack. Oh, brilliant again from Creed. What a moment to come up big. He's 2 points away from a semi-final.
Just put a little hold on that. The ball sat up in the front corner. Just showed 3 or 4 different options and then flicked it cross court at the last second. Wasn't a great width, but that added bit of deception just left Martin a little late on the ball.
Oh, stunning stuff from Peter Creed. It was into the front left nick. This will show us.
It's quite awkward when your opponent goes for a nick off the serve like that. Even if it doesn't roll out, it comes out at such a sharp angle that it can often handcuff you. And Peter did a good job getting his feet in position. Little manipulation of the racket face there to play a good counter drop winner.
Well, what it has done is given Peter Creed 2 match balls here. Martin Knight keeping that ball alive somehow, but he's up against it. Just one moment for Peter Creed is all it'll take to get himself a semi-final spot. Oh, the diving play from Creed somehow keeps it going. He can sense what a moment this is. He had to run around Knight. He had too far to go. And in the end, Martin Knight gets an important point.
It was a great time. He actually, he could have straightened up that ball off the back wall. He chose to try and send it back cross court. Stitched himself up a little bit because he put it right on Martin's racket again. He got that ball quite easily. If he would have played a straight drive, would have been back in the rally. But
yeah.
Easy to say from behind the glass. Another match ball, 9-10.
So 9-10. Martin Knight, one more match ball to save if he wants to keep his tournament alive. This is a nervous moment for Knight. Creed, a chance for the easy put away, and he does it. Peter Creed is through to the semi-final round, and he takes it in straight games, 11-3, 11-6, 11-9. Your final thoughts on the match, Michael?
Yeah, Martin put in a good push in that third game, but Peter managed to hold his nerve. They both probably played their best tactical squash in that third game, and thankfully Creedy had the margin already and was able to finish it off 3-love.
All right, we hope you're enjoying this wonderful broadcast of the GoodLife Open 2016 here in Ottawa, Canada, and we will be back very soon for the #1 seed. He's coming up on show court #1. Don't go away. Welcome back, and I am joined now by the victorious Peter Creed. Peter, how are you feeling after that match?
Yeah, feeling pretty good. Nice to get on and off in 3 games. It was an hour. Although the scoreboard, there was a couple of smaller games there, but it was still a long match and took a lot of focus, a lot of concentration. But played well. Yeah, happy with it.
Now, a lot of the conversation at the moment was around Martin potentially showing some sort of an injury. Did you pick up on anything like that?
I could see yesterday at the end of the match he was struggling a little bit with his shoulder. The worst thing is to think about that and hope for him to stop or play a certain way to try and expose an injury. But he doesn't. You can see he's been on the tour a long time. He always gives it 100%. It's not like he's going to give you any cheap points, and that made me work for the whole match. Even if he was injured, it wasn't very. You couldn't really tell, to be honest.
Well, speaking of 100%, that was a nice looking dive you gave the fans at home there, Peter. And there is your winning moment. Threw in 3 games, 11-3, 6 and 9. Big semi-final coming up tomorrow. We're not sure yet who you'll be playing. We're about to see the big game on court number 1. Christopher Binnie will take on Christopher Gordon. Christopher Gordon is the number 1 seed. Are you expecting him to go through, or could we see an upset here?
I think it'll be close. There's no easy games at the moment on the tour. The strength and depth of all the players is unbelievable at the moment, so you can win or lose, with a number of different rankings, and that's what makes it really exciting. So, yeah, they played and trained together a little bit in New York, so I'm expecting fireworks, to be honest.
All right, well, we can't wait to bring that match to you. That match will be happening in a couple of minutes' time. What can you tell us about these 2 players? What do you know about them?
Flash Gordon, used to play a lot of junior events with him. He's really good guy. I'm actually staying with him this week. He's quite structured. He's not the most fluid squash player, but he makes himself big around the tee, and it's always difficult. There's always a bit of contact, and he's a quality player. And Chris Binnie, from Jamaica, hedonism, all that. He loves it down there, and he's coaching up in Trinity. He's improved a lot recently. I know he's working with Rod Martin, and he's hitting with Cascali and Tamimi, and a lot of good players up there. So, who knows? Hope it goes to 5.
Well, it'll be interesting. Christopher Binnie is ranked number 80 in the world. Christopher Gordon, he's the highest ranked player in this competition, ranked number 57 in the world. And, of course, he is the number 1 seed. Now, he is from New York. He lives in Queens, and he's coached by David Pearson and Andre Del Host. So, looking forward to what should be a very interesting game down on court number 1. We'll be back very soon for the start of that game, right here on SquashStream.tv. All right, let's launch into tonight's show card event. The number 1 seed versus the number 5 seed. It's Christopher Binnie versus Christopher Gordon. The 2 Chris's down on court number 1. We're just about set to find out who will play the man we just had on screen in the semi-final. Peter Creed from Wales is awaiting. I'm sure he will be looking on intently to see who his opponent will be. So Christopher Binnie is wearing the grey. Christopher Gordon will wear the blue. And straight away, an early let call. Christopher Gordon this year has had a few good results. He was runner-up at the Regatta's Resistencia Open. That was in South America. But despite this, has actually played a lot more M25 and M35 events than the other players in this tournament. So even though he hasn't got any tournament victories, he has been playing against tougher fields. So dropping down for an M10 this week. He is the highest ranked player in this tournament, ranked number 57. And of course, he brings that high quality with him, having played against a number of the world's best players at the bigger events over the last couple of years. And he brings a really high caliber of play. It's like a let is the call. No. So early stages, 1-1. We've had more lets than points so far. And another let. The referee for this match is Peter Creed. In fact, generally it's the player who had lost the previous game, so I think it should be Martin Knight. We'll need to have a look, though, at our on-court camera. It is Martin Knight. There he is, sitting center of screen and with a towel around the neck. And it is a very warm welcome to the broadcast to my mother, all the way back in Australia, who just said, nice to see you're wearing your red poppy. Hello, Mum. Good to see you. Now, we've had some great comments coming through on the stream from Jeffrey the pilot. He says, a lot of 3 loves tonight. Must be in the air. And he also says, congratulations to Peter. He was at Peter's game at the Windy City versus Gosal, which was an epic win. Another great win tonight. So great to see you on the stream, Jeffrey, supporting squash here in Canada. Nice piece of play there from Christopher Gordon, the number 1 seed. He's out to a great start here in game number 1. He already leads 5-1. Christopher Binnie from Jamaica looking to recover. I wonder what the call will be here. There's a bit of contact between the knees. In the end, it was a let call. It probably would have been harsh to call a stroke on that occasion. And that ball just missed from Binnie. Gordon, the ideal start, 6-1 now. I should also say a very big welcome and thanks for joining us to the PSA Squash TV guys who are along watching tonight. Great to have The big boys watching. Always worth checking out Squash TV. They do a great job. Got a lot of big matches on that network, and they do the best squash coverage in the business, those boys. And girls, of course, men and women involved in the broadcast. Can't leave the girls out. Crowd showing their appreciation there. A wonderful start from Christopher Gordon here. He's raced out to an early lead. Binnie winning that point though. He's hitting the ball so crisply at the moment, Christopher Gordon. You just see it comes right out of the strings with that little bit of extra power than what we've seen from a lot of players of the last couple of days. And another free point there for Gordon. I thought I heard the referee just say 7-3. We'll just check on that in a moment, folks. I believe it's 7-3 to Gordon here. We got a little tangled up there. Good to see Chris Binnie apologising. Just stepped on his ankle. Sometimes we see those end in a nasty ankle injury when you step on someone else's foot. Not on that occasion, thankfully. So 4-7. I was just listening out for referee Knight, and he said 4-7, which is how the New Zealanders pronounce it. And I have no doubt that he'll tap me on the shoulder and have a go at me for that pronunciation tomorrow when I see him. 5-7 now, Christopher Binnie. A couple of points in a row here. He's got himself back in the match. Early doors, though. And Gordon gets himself a free point there, and he's 2 points away from 5 game balls. Great to hear Jay Tuds on the stream, who says, this stream and commentary is great. We need more tournaments doing this. Squash TV should promote it. The game needs as much exposure and acceptability as possible. So if you're listening, Squash TV, don't be afraid to give us a hand. Back out on court. Christopher Gordon is powering through the opening game now. Another interesting comment coming through, this time from Joe Blow, who says far too much cross-court and not enough front-court shots in this match. Interesting analysis there, Joe. Binnie getting himself a stroke there. He might have got another stroke here. He was certainly wanting a stroke. I think the call was let in the end. Oh, Christopher Gordon has gone down a little hard there, and he just gets helped back up by his opponent. Good to see Chris Binnie straight away making sure he was okay. The question that has just been asked by Jay Tuds, are the pros reffing? Yes, they are. You will see the man with the white towel around his neck. That's Martin Knight. He is the man who lost the previous match. And when you lose a match, the following match, you need to referee. So that's why he is refereeing. So 7-10 is the score. Gordon with a chance to wrap up the opening game here. Let called on that occasion. Binnie will serve from the left. And another let. Sheer power from Gordon. Christopher Gordon just getting a little frustrated here. Binnie, once again, has got himself in between his opponent and the ball. And now Binnie is arguing with the referee, saying there's not much he could have done. Both players just looking a little cranky here. Still 7-10. Christopher Gordon's so agile for a big man. He was really fast across to cover that previous ball. He goes for the overhead. He missed it. Crowd showing their appreciation, but Chris Gordon, he would prefer them clapping for the end of the game, not to be. Jay Tuds has asked a follow-up question. Does the PSA not require the people refereeing pro matches to be certified somehow? That's a really interesting question. I don't have an answer for that. If you have an answer at home, jump on the stream and let us know if those pros need to be certified as referees before they can referee in these matches. It would certainly make sense, wouldn't it? Maybe if someone from the PSA Squash TV is watching, might be a good time to jump in and answer that question on our live stream. Well, let's the call. Gee, it was a dangerous swing from Binnie right in the face of Gordon. Luckily, he got himself out the way. Not suggesting it was intentional. He was playing the ball, but we don't want to see injuries. Well, that ball right into the nick. Somehow Gordon got it back, and again, he runs straight into Christopher Binnie, who has definitely lost it. He's not pleased at all. And he's still going at the referee. Let's take a look. In the end, again, the call was let. Christopher Binnie is not a happy boy. Oh, Binnie went for it. He missed it. We just need to double check the score for you folks. We'll have that for you shortly. We're being told that we were 1 ahead and this is game ball for Gordon. Really, we need a microphone down at court level on the referee because it is very hard to hear the score here at the GoodLife. There's about 6 squash courts lined up, as well as men and women in the background lifting weights. It's very noisy in this gym. But we are trying to keep an ear on the score for you. Oh, that was brilliant from Binnie. That's better from him. So 9-10. Still a game ball for Gordon. You can see Chris Binnie is getting a little frustrated because Gordon is getting right into him, continuing to play for lets. Oh, they're all over each other, these two. This is a very physical game. This will be an interesting replay. He's just trying to shove him out the way, and Chris Gordon came straight back at him. It's like a wrestling match out there. It looks as though the call was no let in the end. Martin Knight is now explaining the reasons for that. Christopher Binnie is not too pleased, and guess what? That means Christopher Gordon's taking game 1. Wow. What an incredible start to this match. There's a bit of push and shove going on out there and a lot of feeling. And Christopher Gordon, the number 1 seed. 1-love at the moment. We'll be back soon for game number 2. All right, we are back. Game number 2 is not far away, and I tell you what, folks, we knew this was going to be a really interesting match, and it's living up to all the billings. Christopher Gordon, the number 1 seed. Christopher Binnie, the number 5 seed. They've been really going at each other in this match. No love lost. Christopher Binnie came off after that opening game after a long exchange with referee Knight, and he was absolutely furious. He stormed past me in the commentary area. He was very, very adamant that he was hard done by in that opening game. Let's see what happens here. But lots of feeling in this match. Jeffrey the pilot says this is going to get exciting. I think you're right, Jeffrey. Oh, and that hurts. I think there's an injury. Binnie's gone down and he's clutching his right leg. It looked to be a bit of a slip as he played the ball. Fingers crossed he's okay. We don't want this match to end early. It's been so interesting. And he seems to be okay. He's called for someone to come out and just mop up the floor and saying there's a bit of sweat there. Maybe that's why he slipped. Oh, wow, he did slip pretty badly in the end. Could have easily done a nasty injury. Thankfully, he's okay. But he was stretching, which was already a compromised position for the body to be in. And then the shoes just didn't grip. Oh, that does hurt. It's cringeworthy watching it. But he's moving okay. He just left the court to come and get some more towels, so he's fine. Ouch. I'm glad he's a flexible man. He almost did the splits there. I wonder if he's ever done gymnastics. All right, so players back out on court, ready to go again. Binnie just testing out that right leg of his. Yep, that'll do it. I think the first point went to Gordon because Binnie stretched for it and couldn't quite get it back in play. So, yep, Gordon will serve from the left. We're back underway. Good piece of play there from Gordon, the boast off the right wall. Gordon again. Testing Binnie. Testing out that leg of his on that occasion, making him really stretch forward. He seemed to be fine, though. But what a good, interesting, physical match we've got going on here. Binnie unloading with a backhand cross-court. Now with a boast off the right wall. And in the end, Christopher Binnie comes up with a winner. It's an important point for Binnie after losing the first couple. Binnie goes for the overhead, and it was wonderfully placed. Couldn't have placed it any better. No doubt, this is one of Chris Binnie's biggest tests in his career, coming up against a player in the top 60. Couldn't quite come up with a winner on that occasion as Gordon continues to play high-quality squash. Ball nearly out of play, but just dropped in onto the glass. That's better from Binnie. Sensed an opportunity to attack on the right wall and did just that. Interesting, we have a response here from No Tempo T, who answers our question. PSA and referee certification. PSA rules say that at least one certified referee is to be present at every event. Even at the 5K events, World Series and World Championships require 4 certified referees per tour. So that is an interesting comment. Thank you very much for your research. No tempo T. So this is an M10 event. So just requiring the one certified referee be present, and then the players can do the refereeing also. So there you go. Binnie got the nick on that occasion. We are level at 5-all. In fact, it's 6-4, apologies. Our scorer had it right. I had it wrong. 6-4 Binnie. He's harnessing a bit of that anger he had after game one, and he's come out all guns blazing here. Playing some great squash now. Some great length on that occasion from Binnie, forcing Gordon to dig it out from the back of the court. Now Binnie on the attack once again, but Gordon keeps it going. He went for it. He could sense he was battling to win the point. In the end, he went high risk, and he gave Binnie a free point. And again, the overhead smash, not quite finding the mark. And now Christopher Binnie 2 points away from a 1-1 scoreline. Or at least game balls to allow a 1-1 scoreline. Apologies. Now he's 2 points away from 1-1. 9-4. This has been fabulous play from Binnie. What a comeback it's been. And you really feel it could have gone either way. He was so frustrated and so angry with himself and the referee after game one. It was either going to be an implosion or it was going to wake up the Giant. And he's come out and played wonderful squash here in game number 2. And now he finds himself with 6 game balls. Oh, that was too easy for Gordon on that occasion. It just sat up perfectly and he put it away with no problems. Still 5 game balls though. And that's it. Christopher Binnie, brilliant in game 2. And he walks away with an 11-5 scoreline. And we are all tied at 1 game apiece. We'll be back very soon for game number 3. Stunning squash from Christopher Binnie. He's got himself back in the match. We are deadlocked at 1 apiece. Christopher Gordon under pressure for the first time in this tournament for him. The number 1 seed has dropped his first game of this event. Just to further address what we were previously talking about, No Tempo T says, PSA referees, interestingly, the PSA allows one of the 4 referees per court to be the video referee. That's something we didn't know. We're not operating a video referee at this particular tournament. So 1 love. Looks like that ball might have bounced twice. Also, some great analysis coming through from Joe Blow once again. He says, look at both players in this game hitting drops and boasts, mixing up their shot selection, which is making a lot less of a logjam on the tee. That's a great call, Joe. I noticed the same. I wish I'd said it first. No, that's all you, Joe. Love it. Binnie wanting a let here. It's an O-let. We know he won't like it. He just pushed himself off Christopher Gordon there. They've been very physical, these two. And still Christopher Binnie is explaining to the referee why he should have got a let, in his opinion. The referee abruptly ended that conversation by saying 2 love, which I believe is our score. So Gordon 2 love up. It was well done by Binnie on that occasion. So no let the call. He didn't ask for it, Christopher Gordon. I don't think he could have got it to it anyway. Maybe that's why he didn't ask. He's a real star on the rise, Christopher Binnie. He doesn't look out of place against a much higher ranked opponent here today. Looks as though Gordon has taken himself another point here, though. But yeah, Christopher Gordon, 57 in the world, regularly plays against guys who are top 20 players at these M25, M35 events. Christopher Binnie, he's impressed a few people here the last couple of days. I'll tell you one thing he will be is very good for the game of squash back in Jamaica. He was born in Kingston, Jamaica, Christopher Binnie. Doing great things for squash in Jamaica. Hello, if we have any Jamaican squash fans at home watching their countryman doing his thing. Shout out to Bruce from Jamaica if he's watching. Former squash pro. Teaching pro. Used to train here for a bit, in fact. Oh, Binnie stretching. I don't know how he got it back. Somehow he got the first. He couldn't get the second. Christopher Gordon was just toying with him on that occasion. Like a cat with a ball of yarn. Now Christopher Gordon well in control here in game number 3. 5-1. Oh, we've just had a comment come through on the stream. Before I talk about that, just checking to make sure Chris Binnie's okay. He's gone down again. Let's see what happened. I think he just got a little tangled up. Chewy on your boot says the only other Jamaican squash player I know is Bruce Burrows. There you go. My producer just gave a big smile and a nod and says that's the one we're talking about. And Shane Slater says, I'm here in Jamaica. Let's go, Chris. So we do have a Jamaican squash fan at home watching. Great to have you on board, Shane. Yeah, Brucey Burrows, squash teaching professional. Made a lot of friends while he was here in Ottawa. Great guy. In Toronto, I should say. Also came to Ottawa a few times, but made a lot of friends in Toronto where he worked. Big moment in the match here for Christopher Binnie. Down by 4. He'll need to attack and get back here in game 3. Will he play some high-risk squash? That ball up and out of play. We might have to start calling Christopher Binnie the new John McEnroe of squash. Loves to have a word with the referee. So 6-5, Christopher Gordon. 6-1, I should have said. I don't know why I said 6-5. 6-1, Christopher Gordon. Again, these plays all over each other. So much contact. Generally, squash players try and get out of each other's way. It's almost like these two are going out of their way to bump into each other. Both big boys, very tall. That one's out of play. So Binnie gets himself a point. Crowd really watching on, enthralled in this contest. This has been the best match of the night for me. We've had a few 3 loves. This one is threatening to go to at least 4, maybe 5. Well, it has to go to at least 4, given that we are 1-1. Now Christopher Gordon just having a quick word to the referee. Three, 7. Binnie will serve from the left. Oh, he went for it, Gordon. It was the big wind-up. He missed it, though. And Binnie pulls back another point. Now just down by 3. Again, a bit of pushing and shoving and a bit of frustration from Binnie. Apologies at home if you heard a bit of swearing, because I certainly heard some swearing then. Binnie saying he's a little sick of the treatment he's getting from his opponent. That was the PG-rated version. Well, he couldn't quite get the racket under that one. That was great stuff from Gordon. He's only 2 points away here from 2-1 up, the number 1 seed. let the call. You have to feel for Martin Knight, the New Zealander. He had a tough game tonight. A little bit more push and shove out on the court. Yeah, he had a tough game tonight, Martin Knight. Lost in straight games. And his punishment, he has to referee a match between two very, very, shall we say, argumentative players. They've really made him earn his spot tonight as referee. Been lots of contact. And that is like letting air out of a balloon for Christopher Binnie. He's given 6 game balls to Christopher Gordon. Oh, that was a little casual from Gordon. I think he sensed an opportunity to just easily put the ball away, but he forgot to get it above the red line. Binnie on the ropes here. He tried to access the ball. Gordon wouldn't get out of the way. What's the call? He's given a let. It took a while for the referee to make up his mind, but he's giving a let. Again, Binnie remonstrating with the referee. He feels maybe he should have got the call there. Well, Gordon again just couldn't quite pull out the winner he needed. 10-7. Binnie manages to pull another game ball back. Still got 3 to save though. Oh, what a shot from Binnie. Unbelievable stuff from the man from Jamaica. What a time to produce it too. So 8-10. He's missed it. He's given away game number 3. Christopher Gordon now up 2 games to 1. What a thrilling, gripping, epic match it's been so far. Don't go away, folks. We will have the thrilling conclusion to this match up very shortly. All right, both players back out on court, and we are set for game number 4. At the moment, it's the number 1 seed, Christopher Gordon. He's leading at 2-1. It's hard when you have 2 Christophers in a match. Got to make sure we get the right Christopher. Chewy on your boot says, are any of these players going to play in the Sarnia 5K next week? I wonder. The draw is online. If you go to psaworldtour.com, you will see all the draws for all the events for the remainder of the year. That's the place to go to find out. Jeffrey the Pilot says, Binnie is going off the rails. Needs to regroup and come back in the next game. He's playing good squash. When he's level-headed, he can win this match. Interesting comment. I like that. I think you're right. He needs to keep his cool here. He does lose the cool pretty quickly, especially with a couple of these let, no let, and stroke calls that we've seen, or lack of stroke call. That ball was down and well played there by Gordon. 1 love. Oh, Binnie, he tried the cross court. It was always going to be tricky. And he's now down 2 love already. You can see Binnie is just getting a little agitated with the fact that Gordon won't allow him to get around and access the ball, but to be perfectly honest, it's just good squash from Gordon. He knows where his opponent is, he knows how to use his body legally, and he's doing it perfectly. And again, he got himself in the way and actually gave away a stroke. Although, in fairness, the ball did hit right in the crack, and it came back at him, and he probably wasn't expecting it to come back at him so quickly. But he has played it well, Gordon. He has just known when to get up against his opponent. Missed on that occasion. Binnie will serve from the left, 2-3. Oh, stunning front court play from both players. Now Binnie retreating. And again, he can't access the ball. He's just about ready to blow. Just waiting for the kettle to boil here and for the lid to come flying off. Can't be far away. Gordon 4-2. Gets a let. Comment from another one of our SquashStream.tv fans. The Plunger. Are there any more matches tonight? There are not. This is the final match of tonight. Don't forget, folks, tomorrow at 3 p.m, we will see the winner of this match take on Peter Creed. And at 4 p.m, will be the other semi-final, which will be Michael McCue, who overcame Shawn Delierre. And he will take on Henrik Mustonen from Finland. So 2 great semi-finals coming your way tomorrow. And we would love for you to subscribe to the Squash Stream channel, the channel you're watching right now. And you can get updates anytime there's a new tournament that we're covering. If you subscribe, we'll make sure we let you know. The plunger says Binnie's playing the man now more than he was earlier in the match. That's a good call. You can see there again trying to shove his way to the ball. It's been such an epic battle between these two. It's so enthralling to watch. I'm just praying at some stage they don't actually take a swing at each other. I'm sure they won't. They're both professionals. But it's been so hands-on, this match. Again, Binnie just putting his arms up and saying, what do I have to do? And he is now right in the face of the referee. That might be worth another look. What do you think, fans? Should that have been a let or a stroke or a no let? Let us know on the stream. The let was the call in the end. Binnie with a chance to put it away here. And he does. Important point there for Binnie. Still down by 2 though. 4-6. Needs to win this game, Binnie. Otherwise he'll be on a plane back home. Oh, that's good stuff from Binnie. The drop shot on this occasion. 5-7. The plunger says that previous point should have been a let. Fair call. That's what the ref said, so I'm pretty sure that's what it was. You both got it right. Joey Levy says Gordon is pretty consistent at going for the player first. Then the ball is an afterthought, which I think is a very interesting thought. I think you're spot on. It's one thing we have noticed with Gordon tonight. This will be an interesting one. It's a great shot of what happened. 8-7 the call. Binnie with the lead all of a sudden. Huge moment in the match, this. It's not the first time we've seen that tonight. Let the call on that occasion. Still 8-7. Let's take a look. Interesting. Gordon really made very little attempt to play the ball then. Still got the call though. Binnie tried to change it up and go cross court, but Gordon was there. An important point for the number 1 seed. Brings it back level. This has been a gripping match from start to finish. We've had great shots. We've had a lot of contact. We've had a lot of entertainment. We've had a lot of arguing. But it's been great to watch. Eight all. Christopher Gordon has picked a great time to find the nick at the back right on the second bounce. And there, a great shot from the cool box, bringing you right down to court level. And Binnie comes straight back with a bit of brilliance of his own. All of a sudden, the next point becomes the biggest of the match. 9 all, game 4. Gordon leads 2-1. Whoever wins this point will have a huge advantage. It won't be that point, it was a let. Let the call, still 9 all. Oh, Binnie on the attack. If he wins this point, he's right in the match. Looks like it might be a let. That would be our 3rd in a row for this point. What a tense moment. So much on the line for both these players. World rankings, a shot at a semi-final. And of course, bragging rights. I'm sure these two will have a good rivalry as the years go on, if this match is anything to judge. Binnie with a drop shot. Another let. I thought Binnie had got himself a game ball there. Not much more he could have done. Gordon played it well in the end. He got himself out of a jam. Incredible stuff from Binnie. What a time to pull out one of the shots of the match. He's got himself a game ball, the Jamaican. Oh, the pressure just got to him. He went for it. He missed it. We're back to 10-10. This will be an interesting call. It's a let. It'll be a pretty tricky time to give a no let or a stroke at 10-10 in the 4th. Both players at the moment are just fighting for the back left corner, control over the back left corner. It's like watching a chess match. And that was like watching the bishop take the knight. What a big moment that is. 11-10, Gordon, match ball. Christopher Binnie, another shot to remember. How did he get that back, let alone on match point? Gets it back to 11-11. Incredible. What a moment. He missed it. He's given Gordon another match ball. And I think at that moment, he's broken a string on his racket. Let's just recap for the moment. Christopher Gordon took game number 1, 11-9. Christopher Binnie took game number 2, 11-5. Game number 3, 11-8. Went the way of the number 1 seed, Gordon. And here in game number 4, it is match ball for Christopher Gordon. And a broken string for Christopher Binnie. It's got a moment for the crowd to just catch their breath. Take stock. Let's see what happens here. Jeffrey the pilot says, if this goes 5 games with all the lets and stoppages, we might be here till 2 in the morning. All right, so ready to go. Match ball for Christopher Gordon. Will we see the number 1 seed through to the final, or the semi-final, I should say? Will we see Christopher Binnie take it to 5? We've seen everything in this match. What will we see here? Now would be a good time to play your best squash. We don't want errors. Binnie was clattered into again by Gordon. He kept the point going though. Gordon got himself the let. Binnie none too pleased. Worth another look, this one. Gordon has done that a lot in this match. He's been getting a lot of let calls. And still we go on. Game number 4, match ball for Christopher Gordon. He's found the tin. And that is the sweetest sound if you're a Christopher Binnie fan. Back to 12-all, game 4. From all the matches we've seen here this week in Ottawa, this has undoubtedly been the most gripping. Again, Gordon doing his best to get himself a let. He gets the call. Oh, that was outstanding from Binnie. The call's no let. I think that's fair enough. That was going to be a winner every day of the week. Gordon threw himself to the floor to try and get a let, but no let the call. At least I heard no let. 13-12, game ball. Binnie with a game ball. Somehow he got that ball back. That was unbelievable stuff. Now with a boast off the left wall. Gordon quickly getting it back. What a shot from Christopher Gordon. Manages to save a game ball. We're back to 13 apiece. This is an incredible game in an incredible match. Oh, that's class from Binnie. He may be the lower ranked player at the moment, but he's showing every bit as much skill. Got the nick at the back left. Gordon was there. (14-13) Binnie. Now a chance for Binnie to attack. 1 point away from taking it to a game 5. Watch for a let from Gordon here. That was a great dig and such good length. And Christopher Binnie lets out the cry of emotion. He's taken it to 5 games. What a moment from the boy from Jamaica, and he's pushing the number 1 seed all the way. Don't go away, folks. We've got a thrilling conclusion coming up. Game on. Game number 5 is about to start. Christopher Gordon, Christopher Binnie, the best match of the tournament so far, has got an epic conclusion coming up for you. Do not go away, folks. You're watching the GoodLife Open 2016 here in Ottawa. And this has been one epic match from start to finish. The crowd, not one of those people have left. I wonder if Christopher Gordon will come out all guns blazing here. The number 1 seed. Didn't get the let call on that occasion. 2-love, Christopher Binnie takes the early lead in game 5. Oh, that was insane. What a shot from Gordon. The angle he cut down from was just incredible. Impossible to get that back. You could literally hear a pin drop here at the GoodLife as the crowd is watching on. Binnie goes to ground again. He spent as much time on the floor as on his feet tonight. That was the previous point. So another opportunity to towel down the floor. We don't want another slip like we saw earlier on where Binnie lost his feet and nearly tore a hamstring. All right, so that little spillage has been taken care of. 1-2, Gordon will serve from the right. Oh, that's outstanding from Binnie. The ball was rocketed at him by Gordon, but he was good enough to come up with a winner. Clear by 2 now. And that's a great piece of play from the number 1 seed, showing just why he's one of the tournament favourites. That was nicely played indeed. Oh, Binnie just tried to casually play that one back. And now Gordon has levelled proceedings. We were just speaking off camera during the break, wondering what would happen or predicting what would happen. There was some suggesting it could be a really thrilling final game, maybe go all the way to a tie-break. Others suggesting it could be a blowout. At the moment, it looks like it might be tense. Let called again. We've had a few lets in this match. That's an understatement. And again, let will be the call. Stroke the call. Gordon there, not clearing the area. And the point goes to Binnie, 4-3. Again, Binnie goes down with some pressure from behind from Gordon. That was interesting again. Referee Martin Knight, we have to say, has done a great job tonight. This is one of the toughest referee jobs I think I've ever seen in squash. There's been lots and lots of questioning, lots of let calls. And here's another contentious moment. No let the call, 5-4. Binnie not too pleased. Another let the call. Stroke the call, 6-4. Oh, crowd showing their appreciation for some good squash. And a nice shot, cross court. I think the fans are hoping to see some more winners and some less arguing. Oh, again, a bit of physical stuff from both players. What will the call be here? Gordon 8-4. He's only a couple of points away here, the American, the number 1 seed. After another tense back and forth between referee and Christopher Binnie, the crowd sits silently awaiting Christopher Gordon on the attack. Stroke the call, 5-8, Binnie. He got the nick on that occasion, and Binnie finishes it off in style. 2 points in a row for Christopher Binnie. He's not done yet. I thought this might have bounced twice. Yeah, looks like he might have got it. Couple of big points on the way here. Oh, Binnie went for it and missed it. Now players arguing with each other. Christopher Gordon, if he wins the next point, he'll have 4 match balls. And the groans of the crowd tell the story. That's 4 game balls and 4 match balls for Christopher Gordon. Christopher Binnie's done so well to take this to 5 games against the number 1 seed. But he's staring down the barrel of an exit here. Let the call. Binnie will have to overcome 4 game balls and 4 match balls to stay in the contest. Oh, what a shot from Gordon. He can finish it off here. In the end, he didn't quite make the most of the opportunity. Binnie keeps it going. What's the call? I think he said no let. Yeah, point goes to Binnie. The question was around the pickup rather than the let. So 7-10 Binnie pulls one back. Oh, and another point for Binnie. Gordon was just hemmed in at the back wall. Couldn't get the racket through. He saved 2. Can he save another 2, Binnie, and keep the match going? He's saving some of his best squash for last. Gordon runs into a brick wall, and in the end, the stroke is given. And that means Christopher Gordon will find himself in a semi-final. And that ends an epic match, a 5-gamer. It was entertaining from start to finish. And in the end, the number 1 seed has gone through in 5. Don't forget, folks, tomorrow we are on at 3 o'clock Eastern Time and 4 o'clock Eastern Time for 2 big semi-final matches. We will see Michael McCue taking on the man from Finland, and also we will see a very, very tired and a very relieved Christopher Gordon in action, the number 1 seed. Don't go far, and make sure you come and watch that tomorrow on squashstream.tv. But for now, it's good night.